Good evening, everybody! Great way to start a stream, right? I'm Surreal Canine, and we are back with more All the DRODs. We're going to be starting Journey to Rooted Hold today. But first, we got some stories for you. We got to bridge the gap between King Dugan's dungeon and this game. So, yeah. This takes place sometime after the events of King Dugan's dungeon. Gonna be not as high quality as episode 0, but yeah. Hallholder Bombus Gadhan chaired all meetings of the Smite Masters Guild. Technically, if he were ever sick or at some other business, second hallholder Ungrid Brem would hold the hall, with a third, fourth, and fifth hallholder standing by to cope with cascading absences. However, in all of hallholder Bombus's 27-year career, he had never failed to be present. This well-known fact irritated Bithro, who felt all members of the guild ought to spend the majority of their time underground, working in their trade as dungeon exterminators. After all, how could one represent his fellow Smite Masters without going beneath and doing a bit of real work? Most everyone in the hall went on lengthy subterranean purges, not seeing daylight for months or even years. Bombus merely consulted on prestigious jobs for kings and upper royalty, and sent his employees down to handle anything dangerous. Bithro doubted this smug fellow with his perfectly arranged follicles had touched a sword in his entire life. "Bithro Budkin!" cried Bombus from across the hall. "The mighty Smite Master himself! Glad you could make it! Sit down, have a seat!" Bithro nodded in acknowledgement. Already a hallholder was off glad-handing another arrival. Bithro looked around the room, which contained a few hundred men and women. So many new faces, thought Bithro. Good to have youngsters getting into the field. But he had a hard time recognizing anybody. No Grimbert? No Aachen? I thought Cousin Branthro was going to show. And where's Barbarag gone to? "Hey there! Hey there!" A silly youth, fresh out of clearing school, bounded up from his stool to face Bithro. "Mr. Budkin, can I have a look at your sturdy sword?" In Bithro's early days, he would have never dreamt of making such a request of a senior Smite Master. He was about to have the dumb kid lick all the roach guts off his blade, but fortunately another member had already pulled the boy aside and was giving him a lecture on basic courtesy and protocol. Ah, thought Bithro, there's the old guild spirit, keeping the pups in line till they've learned a bit of respect. Bithro settled onto a stool near some people who didn't smell much worse than he did. He was resentful of recent notions that members ought to arrive clean and well-dressed. Sure, he was willing to brush off a bit of dungeon dust and drippy innards, but there was no need to be prissy. He dozed in his seat while Bombus and certain other always-present members waded through heavy guild routine sludge. In case you wish to know what transpired while Bithro slept, Smite Master's oath recital, attendance taking, old business, motion to reclassify an old business item about appropriateness of eyeball pudding as new business, Nays had it. Motion to create a new category of business called slightly old business, which would come after old business and before new business, seconded and carried. Motion to reclassify previous old business item about appropriateness of eyeball pudding as slightly old business item, seconded, hand count, and carried. Old business continued and on to slightly old business. Point of order objection that the previous motion to create slightly old business category would go into effect on the next meeting, and therefore no slightly old business should be talked about at this meeting. Much gnashing of teeth, and then on to new business. At this point, Bithro was awakened by a promising announcement. "Chicken with gravy sauce!" said Bombus. "What?" cried Bithro, jumping to his feet. "Where is this chicken with gravy sauce?" Several others had woken up from Bithro's yelling, and cheers rang out at the exciting prospect of food. Bombus calmly waited for the ruckus to clear and returned to his speech. "Let me repeat myself. We are stricken with grave loss. A loss of professional credibility when our clients make accusations. I'm not saying everyone is doing it, but clearly there is some seeding going on out there. Otherwise, how would the dungeons be so quickly repopulated?" No food being served after all, thought Bithro sadly. Just another tedious anti-seeding sermon from that puffer Bombus. Seeding was the alleged practice by unscrupulous exterminators of leaving roach eggs, living tar, and other spawnables in the hard-to-reach areas of a dungeon after completing a job. Exterminators are hired to clear an entire dungeon without a trace of vermin remaining. but the suggestion was sometimes made that exterminators seeded dungeons to gain future business slaying the offspring of their left-behind monsters. Beethro wanted to shut this familiar and pointless talk down. "Look here," he said. There probably hasn't been a real case of seeding in 50 years. What you got is a bunch of shameless blue-blood cheats who got money to build 500-room dungeons that don't want to deal with maintenance. If they dig out a big, complicated space, critters are going to move in, and a one-time hack job isn't going to keep the place clean forever. So you try to sign your kings and dukes up for a biannual service plan, and somehow this is a big surprise to them that they need this. Of course they start howling about seeding, hoping to squeeze a hush discount out of you. "I agree," put in Gribbles Prutkin from across the room. "But also, we ought to consider how easy it is to miss a few spots occasionally. Dungeons are needlessly large, full of secret passages, and an exterminator can't be blamed if he happens to let a couple monsters slip by." "Don't make me sick," spat Beethro. "If you can't smite them down, every last one, then stay up top and let me do an honest job for you. Ever seen a blue door before?" Gribbles probably didn't deserve this abuse. He struggled to contain his anger. "I understand that the blue doors are meant to detect when all monsters on a level have been cleared. However, I've witnessed several times when they've opened prematurely. I suppose some of us would get a bit complacent and rely on the blue doors instead of performing a thorough search of a level." Bombus saw rumblings ahead and interjected. "I am going to write down both of your suggestions. Let's see. Reasons for seeding complaints. How should we put Beethro's?" His chalk rapidly squeaked out a polite summary of Beethro's comments. "And then I'll write down Gribbles's. Yes, it's good to keep a record so nothing important is lost." "And another thing," said Beethro, who suddenly felt a bit important seeing his words on the chalkboard. "I was just beneath Dugan's dungeon. On one level, I saw a door which could only be opened from the other side, but the other side could not be reached." "Ah, there was a crumbly wall somewhere that you could have gone through," someone suggested. Beethro shook his head. "Absolutely not. I searched the entire level 5 times. "And there must have been a mimic potion in the room. The mimic could hop across and open the door for you," said someone else. "Don't you think I would have thought of that? My point is, some of these dungeons have passages that let the monsters in from just one direction and don't allow us to perform a full cleaning. After you leave, the creatures just spawn up again and take over." At that point, other attendees enthusiastically began offering other explanations, and Bombus was drowned with them. 3 hours of opinion sharing passed, and everyone eventually grew desperate to finish business so they could eat. Bombus's list looked like this. Reasons for seeding complaints. Actual seeding occurs. Unrealistic customer expectations. Incomplete job, unintentional. Malfunctioning blue doors. Large dungeons quickly repopulated. Secret areas are easy to miss. One-way passages to unreachable areas. Customer seeds, blames on exterminator. Pit climbing monsters. Alliance with Neathling powers. Dungeons connected to rooted hold. Bestiality involving mimics. Sensing that a resolution of some sort was needed, Bombus put on his most statesmanlike demeanor and spoke. His voice dripped with brotherly benevolence. Fellow Smite Masters, I am so honored to be a small part of this excellent dialogue, and I sense there is much, much more that can and should be said. Uncomfortable shuffling amongst the members. We should probably spend several more hours tonight seeking to understand each member's valuable opinion. Loud throat clearing from all parts of the room. There are a multitude of problems facing us that require carefully considered solutions. I would dearly love to continue, people looking for things to throw, but I think right now a temporary conclusion is needed. Sighs of relief. A coming togetherness, a statement of the common ground we all share despite small differences in thought. There are certain things all Smite Masters should stand for and other things that all Smite Masters should stand against. It is vital, I think, to clearly state that we, as a group, are against the despicable and unethical practice of seeding, and that we are also against the despicable and unethical cuisine of eyeball pudding. With that in mind, I motion that the Smite Masters Guild modify our official list of wholeheartedly disapproved of items to include seeding and eyeball pudding. Bombus hated eyeball pudding, and there was one member who never failed brought the smelly stuff to every meeting. The pro-eyeball pudding faction was too tired and apathetic after lengthy proceedings to put up a serious resistance, so Bombus's motion passed easily, the only practical effect of this being that eyeball pudding was, in the future, not served at guild potlucks. This disappointed some people, but mostly pleased everyone else since eyeball pudding is nasty. Several years later. Beethro was busy shoveling his unopened mail into a furnace when his sister knocked. There was just too much to read and he couldn't keep up with it. If you had a message for Beethro Budkin, it was best to deliver it in person, not by letter. Vanifa Budkin knew this, so she was at her younger brother's front door knocking. Deep in his work, it took Beethro some time to notice the knocking. It took him a little bit longer to recognize what was making a sound, and even still longer to decide what he would do about it. So Vanifa, who was not a patient person to begin with, was severely irritated when Beethro finally arrived at the door, shovel in hand. "What were you doing?" she demanded. "Oh," replied Beethro, "cleaning out my storage room." "Every room in your house is a storage room," she remarked as she came in. What do you keep all this garbage for?" Beethro glanced around at his vast conglomeration of unliquidated wealth. There were piles of pots, tablecloths, cookbooks, animal carcasses, clocks, bottles, hats. There were piles of piles, even. An onlooker would recognize some strange attempt at organization, but would never understand what that system was. "It's not so bad," said Beethro. "Once I build some supports for this stack over here, I can uncover the kitchen door. Then it won't have to go in through the hole." "The hole?" "The hole I made in the bathroom wall so I could get to the kitchen. Also, I'm going to clear out more paths, lay down some planks over a few spots, and it'll be much easier to get around, but that'll take some time." Editor's note: this sounds suspiciously like the strategy employed to maintain this site, but without the pots. "Maybe you should put up some guideposts so I can figure out how to navigate through this junk," she suggested sarcastically. Not a bad idea." Beethro walked back to his work at the furnace. Vanifa followed, carefully avoiding a massive bundle of spiked boots hanging from the ceiling. "So what are you here for, Vani?" "Does there have to be a reason?" "There usually is." "Well, aside from visiting my brother, who I love very much, I wanted to arrange something." Beethro planted his foot on the shovel blade and pushed into a mountain of ancient mail. As he lifted the shovel, gray clouds of paper dust went up and started Vanifa coughing. Beethro was about to throw his load into the fire when Vanifa screamed out, "Wait!" She snatched a blue envelope from the shovel. An ornate seal containing the letter D was affixed to its front. This is a letter from the king!" cried Vanifa. "Oh," said Beethro dismissively. "I get those all the time. That's just a blue one. Don't worry, we can burn it." "But Beethro," Vanifa was shaking, "King Dugan has sent you a message. That is his seal." "If I liked him better, maybe I'd care." "You must read it. Don't you want to know what he has to say?" "But I do know, because that's a blue letter. Basically, it'll be some sort of fundraising scam. Now that Parliament has voted away the royal tax, Dugan's scrambling to keep his loot. His scheme is to make every dumb little event at the castle into a royal ceremony with guests who pay to see it. He wants me to drop 100 Greckles or so to attend the making of the beds, or the polishing of the shoes, or the plumbing of the loo. That's all it is." Vanifa, unconvinced, was already removing a letter from its envelope. "I have to read it," she said. "Fine, fine." Beethro went back to his shoveling. "The cleaning of the cod pieces," she read. "Wow, I guess you were right. What does royalty come to these days?" "Now, if you had a pink letter, then I'd raise an eyebrow at it. But even read the stupid thing. A pink letter is something Dugan wrote himself, not his event organizers." Beethro continued shoveling paper into the flame. Vanifa stared at the mounds of flammable material surrounding the furnace and shuddered. "Beethro," said Vanifa in a suddenly sweet tone that caused Beethro to wince knowingly. She continued, "I want you to talk to Half." That wasn't so bad. Beethro had thought she would ask him to exterminate her cellar again. Half was his nephew, a quiet, dopey kid that he liked a lot. "Half is getting to a certain special age of early adulthood. He's becoming a young man and taking an interest in—" "Say no more," interrupted Beethro. "I'll get him tanked and taken to Madame Menedlevies. That boy'll do half his growing up in one night." "You'll do no such thing!" shouted Vanifa, her face severely reddened. "I am not sending him to stay with you so you can go whoremongering together." "He's coming here?" asked Beethro. "Where will I put him? There's no space." "His house has 8 bedrooms, or it did when our parents lived here and weren't too lazy to keep him clean." Beethro did a special kind of junk-hauling algebra in his head, moving A to B and B to C, switching A and D with a layover at point X. It might be possible to clear one of the rooms, it would take some serious engineering to pull it off. The woman had no idea what she was asking. Vanifa said, "I want you to talk to him about getting a solid education and finding a trade so he's not stuck with the nasty life of danger or drudgery. You could do this, right?" "Huh? Why me?" wondered Beethro. "Do you want Half to be a dungeon exterminator?" Of course not. I spent half my life getting into that business and the other half getting out. Now finally I've got my restaurant and a little bit of peace. Occasionally do a small job beneath, but just to drag some roach meat back for restocking the pantry. Exactly. Now for some unknown reason, Hal thinks he wants to be a Dunger. Dungeon exterminator, corrected Beethro. Do you want my beloved son and your nephew spending his years wandering around in the dark battling vicious beasts for his life and a few Greckles? Beethro looked for a table to pound his fist on, but couldn't find one. Absolutely not. It's a horrible occupation. It certainly is. A rotten, filthy occupation, and Dungers never get any respect. No, they don't, he agreed, and added, don't say Dunger. He always looks so disgusting, scarred up from wounds, wearing bloodstained clothes. Nobody invites him to anything. Completely lacking his social skills. You try to shake hands with a Dunger and he's likely to cut your arm off. Hey! There's probably no single career worse than that of a dungeon exterminator. I would rather... Now that's enough. Don't say one more bad thing about exterminators or I'll get kicking mad. Yeah, it's a rough, thankless job, but we Smite Masters are, for the most part, fine examples of character, even if we should have picked a better line of work. Vanifa was startled into silence. After a moment, she cautiously continued. Sorry, Beethro. Maybe I went too far. You will help me with Half, won't you? Just tell him what you've learned so he doesn't make the same mistakes you did. Beethro was sad to hear his life judged this way. There was a knock at the door. Okay, send Half down next week and we'll get him straightened out, said Beethro. At the front door was a king's messenger trying his best to look splendid in a worn-out uniform. Seeing the door open, he drew a mini trumpet to his lips and squeaked a triumphant little tune. I guess that works. Stop that, said Beethro. What is it? Much throat clearing ensued, and then... The hand of His Highness, in all its glorious kinglitude, the fair and lovely hand of King Dugan, the third of Dugandy, did move with the mighty flourishes while a pen rested betwixt his noble fingers. The heavenly hand brought forth profound words to paper inscribed... Just give me that grubbing letter. Beethro grabbed a pink envelope from the messenger. The man then considered if he should repeat his announcement, since it was not completed. Beethro simply shut the door and went back inside. Okay, so what does Dugan want with thee now? Beethro sat down on a bucket and knifed the envelope open. Vanifa peered urgently over his shoulder. Mr. Budkin! I paid you well for a simple extermination job that any Dunger could have finished for half the price. It appeared that you fulfilled your contract and cleared the dungeon, but now it is again brimming with vermin. There can be but one reason for this. You deliberately seeded my dungeon in hopes of getting another contract with me later. You treacherous cheat! You dirty Dunger! So now you must come back and rid my underground chambers of all their pests once again at your expense. If you fail to do this, then you shall face dire consequences. Direr indeed than you could possibly imagine, even if you were given some pretty good hints from the best experts in direty. These are the words of your king, written by the hand of His Highness in all its glorious kinglitude. See attached addendum for full description of the royal hand. King Dugan III, of 3, benevolent ruler of all that you and many other people see. Beethro, you gotta take care of this, stated Vanifa. She was pacing quickly in the limited floor space available to her. Wait, I'm still reading. Dire consequences. Words of... Beethro stood and crumpled the paper in one large fist. He then threw the paper ball to the ground and smashed it loudly with his shovel. Next, he spat on it 8 times. Finally, he picked it back up and violently ripped it into soggy pieces. That's what I think of this letter. Vanifa pleaded, You can't just ignore the king. You'll get into tremendous trouble. Maybe 50 years back that would be the case, but we aren't talking about an old-fashioned chop off the heads and start a new war before breakfast king. This is just some guy that shows up in parades, eats a lot of food, and says stupid stuff nobody listens to. He doesn't have power. Even his dad didn't have any. Parliament took it away decades ago, and all that's left is Dugan's piggy attitude. The fellow's gone so broke he can't pay for recurring maintenance, and he's too proud to set up an installment plan with me. So he makes this noise to scare me into doing free work. I could go down to the castle, explain reality, and get Dugan to calm down, but I'm busy right now. He's just having a bad day, and somebody else will have to make him feel better. Vanifa shook her head quietly and pushed a pile of loose papers away from the fire. Leaving his house, Beethro caught sight of Gribbles Prutkin coming up the front walk. Gribbles looked more grim and burdened than the average pallbearer, but this was his usual expression. "Are you going now to see the king?" Gribbles called out. "No," answered Beethro, not wishing to pay much attention to Gribbles right then. "You should first see Hallholder Bombus. He has important information for you." "Bombus can wait. Dugan can wait. I'm off to see Mobley and Nuffgot right now." Gribbles stopped and caught his breath, hunched with hands on knees. Beethro's house sat atop a hill, and it had been a steep walk to reach it. Beethro strode past him, intent on his errand, but caught himself a moment later. Gribbles Prutkin had a 4-decade career as a dungeon exterminator, with many fine accomplishments that matched even Beethro's. He was a man who deserved a little respect. Beethro fished in his pocket and brought out a key. Prutkin," said Beethro, holding out the key. "I'm going now and can't stay to talk. Here, take this key, go in the house, and fix yourself a sandwich. You can wait a few hours. I should be back by then." Gribbles ignored the invitation. "Hallholder Bombus has summoned you. You should go." "Why is everyone summoning me these days? Why are you delivering messages from Bombus? If I give you a Greckle, will you go tell Bombus that I summoned him to come to my house and tell me himself what the Jeebus he wants?" Gribbles sighed painfully and turned to walk away. "We have our Smite Master duties, Beethro. You and I both. I will see you in Hall." "Sure." Beethro paused in a moment of doubt. "Hey there, Gribbles. I'm sorry that I'm busy now. Come by the house tonight, or maybe stop by the grill later." Gribbles nodded solemnly. "I mean, if you feel like it. It's not like I'm summoning you. Enough with this summoning business. Who has time for it?" Gribbles nodded solemnly a second time, and that was the end of the conversation, and I need water before the game has even begun. Be right back, guys. Beethro lived on one of the several green hills that bubbled up at the base of the mountain. His particular hill was called Throdinger Hill, and it was considered a suburb of the city-state Dugandy. The city proper was attached to the mountain, at the top of which lay King Dugan's castle with a great letter D of iron above its gate. At the bottom of the mountain were the low spaces. Canyons and depressions were squalid temporary dwellings that were constructed by people who couldn't afford better. In the wet season, the low spaces flooded, and its inhabitants found inconvenient accommodations elsewhere. It was better than living on the windy flatlands with the Wraithwings. Mobley and Uffgot lived in the low spaces. He was a man who had learned many secrets, rumored to even to have become a dungeon architect. Beethro hoped that Mobley could help with a particular problem. Mobley's house was built of the same materials as his neighbors: rocks, saplings, brush, and hardened manure. Yet it had a strange grandeur that stated calmly that you dare not call it a hovel or even a shack. Fine craftsmanship had been applied to every inch. There wasn't a single twig or dab of mud out of place. The structure was straight and sturdy, providing a confident shelter, but there was also an artistic whim in its details. Beethro reflected sadly that it would not be here in a few months after the floods washed through. The front door was a tight weave of thin sticks coated with a sealing layer of mud. Beethro was admiring the door's clever hinges when it suddenly opened. "Yes?" asked Mobley and Uffgot. He was absently twisting a small beard with his finger, his eyes gazing at a point beyond Beethro. Clearly he was spending small attention on his visitor. "Mr. Inuffgot, hello. I'm Beethro Budkin." "The accent," announced Inuffgot, "is on the second syllable." "What?" "It's Inuffgot." "Inuffgot," Beethro struggled. "Good, but there's no need to shout the accented syllable. It merely has a slightly higher pitch. You can practice it." Beethro grinned sheepishly. Uffgot continued twisting his beard. Beethro began to explain his business. "Do you like music, Mr. Budkin?" interrupted Uffgot. "Everyone likes music, sure. Everyone thinks they like music. Well, if I can't speak for everyone, then I'll speak for myself. I like music." Enoughgot's finger had become tangled, and he was now concentrating on freeing it from his beard. Mr. Enoughgot, said Beethro, I need to get a door open, and I want you to make me a bomb. I heard you could do it. Why on earth would I ever be interested in doing that? Go bribe somebody at the Department of Confiscated Magics, but don't bother me about it. Would you ask a great artist to paint a fence because he's good with brushes? I'd pay you, of course, continued Beethro. You could use the money. At this time, I am discovering the universal song. It has already been written by human nature, but I may require my entire life to find it. What if I waste a day on your silly little job and die the day before I would have completed my journey? What are you talking about? The universal song. The universal song! Agreed Enoughgot, raising his two thin arms triumphantly. But what is it? Come inside, I will explain. Beethro considered leaving, but he judged there might be a small chance of convincing Enoughgot to help him. So he followed the man. Enoughgot disappeared inside his home without a backward glance. Clearly he expected an audience. Now that I have brought you into my house, we must use first names. You shall call me Mobley, and I will call you Beethro, until one of us seriously offends the other. What are you like, Mobley? Can I interest you in a cup of leaf juice? Beethro surveyed the room. It was the chamber of a mad scholar. Everywhere were books and papers, charts and diagrams, much like his own cluttered home, but in an intellectual style. A massive pipe organ commanded the far end of the room. A small bed and stove were found in a corner, taking as little space as possible. Apparently, the majority of Mobley's space was needed for his project. Oh, I'll pass on the leaf juice, said Beethro. Thanks, but I don't have much time. Beethro spied a plaque on the wall. Upon its surface were familiar words. Within these halls, great knowledge grows. Outside the walls, there wait our foes to steal all thought that we compose. Let each not speak that which he... These were the words of the architect's oath. On more than one famous occasion, an exterminator had cornered a dungeon architect and asked him for information. Exterminators spent their lives working in the tangled subterranean constructions of the architects, so naturally they wondered about a great many things that only an architect could answer. However, no architects would speak of their craft. When pressed, they would ignore all questions, close their eyes, and repeat the oath aloud over and over again. You could offer, plead, cajole, threaten, torture, or drug them. It didn't matter. You might convince an architect to admit to adulterous affairs, bedwetting, schemes to murder, and the most extreme perversions involving turnips, but that same one wouldn't breathe a syllable about his work. So this truly was a dungeon architect, thought Beethro. This one had built the strange, confounding rooms that Beethro walked in. The plaque also implied Mobley considered himself a fraternity member in good standing and did not intend to part with his secrets. Beethro became less hopeful about receiving help. Mobley brought back 2 cups of leaf juice from the stove and gave one to Beethro. Now then, what sort of music do you like? Asked Mobley. I like lots of stuff. Mumpa waltzes, new stage croon, anything south of Bloom sounds good, but not those droners and Orphan. Bah, that's not music, none of it. And what is it? That's culture. You hear familiar rhythms and note progressions. It makes you happy because it comfortably confirms your identity. Maybe, but it's still music. What I'm talking about is pure music that a mind free of culture can appreciate. Well, that might be okay, allowed Beethro, but you should come up to the Roasted Roach Grill on Thursdays when Jumbo Crude and his band play. I don't know if it's music, but he sounds great. Mobley shook his head. Beethro, I cannot. If I leave my house, I will be infected with culture, and my mind will not perceive the universal song. Yeah, there's a lot of culture down at the grill. You get it all over you. Mobley pulled the drawstring of a roll-down chart to reveal a complex, multicolored diagram. He pointed to various parts of it while talking to Beethro. There are rules. If one note is played in combination with another, it will either harmonize or not. I generated a list of all possible harmonic combinations in the octaves our ears can detect. Also, if one note is played, there is a long list of notes which may acceptably follow. If there are 2 notes are played, there's a second list of notes, a subset of the first, which may acceptably follow. Again, with 3 notes and further. I've cataloged all possibilities for producing music acceptable to the human ear. Good job, said Beethro, clapping Mobley on the back. Somebody had to do it. But clearly it is not enough to create correct but mediocre music. There must be a formula that provides the inspiration for the music. This too I have discovered. Beethro took the extra cup of leaf juice and resignedly sat down. It seemed that Mobley had been waiting years to share this with someone, and finally he had found his victim. It's only a matter of refining its mathematical formula, and I will have the perfect song, the universal song. It is the collection of notes most pleasing to a mind free of culture. Now, why are you so down on culture? Culture pollutes the musical senses. You become biased toward certain signals. You want to hear the drums. You want to be in a pub. You want to dance with the women. You forget the music. This is culture. But that's fun, protested Beethro. You can enjoy all those things and music at the same time. You have your fun, and I will have my glorious universal song, resolved Mobley. Do you hear the universal song on that beast over there? Beethro pointed to the pipe organ. Yes, I use that to test my formula, since I can't reliably produce a note in my mind which matches one on paper. Can you play anything good on it? At the moment, I can't play anything because the organ isn't wound. Beethro inspected the machinery, starting at a set of bellows and systematically working his way down to connecting levers, gears, and pulleys. A pulley chain disappeared through a hole in the wall. It went outside. Beethro knew what that meant. You've got a clock weight outside. You have to lift that sucker up yourself because there's no clock winding service or connections in the low spaces. Mobley nodded grimly. Once or twice a week. It takes me 3 hours each time. That's too bad. I was hoping you'd play Cooley Got a New Brick. Glaring at Beethro, Mobley spoke slowly and quietly. I do not know how to play Cooley Got a New Brick. Well, maybe that other thing then. What other thing? The universal song, I mean, if you think it's worth hearing. Mobley reddened at the casual insult. Get out! Get out of my house, Budkin! Beethro shrugged and left. He was getting tired of listening to crazy lectures anyhow. There's a fine line between being polite and being dishonest, and to stay with Mobley much longer would mean crossing it. He decided he would try one more thing, and if it didn't work, give up on getting help from Mobley. He went outside and around to the back of the house. The clock weight was a huge metal ball that weighed about 200 pounds. It lay on the ground with a slack chain connected to it. The chain ran through a geared pulley suspended from a 10-foot post. There was a winch on the ground, which could be used to pull the clock weight to the top. Once there, its downward pull could animate all sorts of different machinery connected to the gears. In central Dugandi, there was a much larger version of Mobley's clock weight. The energies of that massive weight powered the entire city. As the great clock weight slowly lowered, a vast system of gears, pulleys, and pneumatics distributed the strength of 512 men, such that it opened doors, pumped water through pipes, churned butter, spun looms, and set in motion many important things. Those 512 men, called the clockwinders, spent their days yoked to gears that would lift the great clock weight. During the day, by walking in countless circles, they slowed the constant descent of the weight. In the late evening, as the demands of the city lessened, they would reach a happy moment where the weight held steady, falling no further. With a hearty cheer, the winders would press harder against their yokes, and the weight would begin moving upward. A gradual rise would continue. Several hours after sunfall, they would bring the weight to the topmost point where it could be wound no further. Finally, the 512 men would unyoke themselves and go to sleep. If Mobley lived higher up, his smaller clock weight could be connected to the great clock weight. As long as he paid his taxes, the clockwinders would keep it freshly hoisted by the sweat of their backs. But in the low spaces, seasonal floods and criminal activity made building and maintaining connections impossible. Plus, nobody down here had the money to pay for it. So it was not surprising that Mobley's clock weight required a local winding. Beethro figured the winding winch would take a long time to raise the weight, but he knew another trick. He lifted free the ratchet that the winch used to keep the weight from falling down. Then he gripped the giant metal ball and threw it mightily into the air. Thankfully, the slack chain snaked through the top gear and caught in place. Beethro kicked the winch, which caused the ratchet to fall back. Cautiously, he stepped out from underneath the clock weight. Chain slipped a few inches and caught firmly in the gear's teeth, holding the weight up in the air. Ugh, thought Beethro. That felt like 3 hours' work, even if it wasn't. He stood back a moment to admire the clock weight with satisfaction. It's good when things are working, he thought. The ball was in its correct place, machinery standing ready to serve. Here was one simple thing he could set right. Beethro walked back into Mobley's house without re-announcing himself at the door. Mobley apparently hadn't expected Beethro's return. You! He jabbed at Beethro with his finger. I meant what I said! Get out of my house! Now listen, said Beethro. Your organ works now. I would like it if you would just play this universal song without telling me about why it is so great. I just want to hear it and make up my own mind. You could talk for hours about it, but that won't convince anybody. I am not trying to convince you of anything. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to appreciate it. Beethro sighed. Please, the organ works. Could you just play the song? Well, Beethro looked up at him. Mobley trailed off. Beethro looked up at him expectantly. He really was curious about the song. If Mobley played it, he would try to hear it the right way, although he wasn't sure which way that was. Well, Mobley repeated, I'm not really done with it. It doesn't sound as it should. The permutations created by the formula, you see, they don't place notes in it. Courage, my friend, courage! The first rule of good showmanship is that when someone asks for a performance, make no excuses and get to the task. You will show your best, and that should never begin with an apology. Mobley took a moment to judge his statement, and then strode to the organ without speaking another word. He sat firmly on a stool, facing rows of carved goblin bones that were the keys of his organ. From his front pocket, he withdrew a piece of paper, unfolded it, and set it on a shelf before him. He cracked his knuckles violently above his head. There is just one thing I must make clear before I begin, and it is not an excuse. I did not write this song. Human nature wrote the universal song, and I am only discovering it. Someone else on a different continent could discover the same song if they followed my path. And then Mobley played the universal song. The song finished, and Mobley and Beethro quietly looked at each other. Mobley was nervous and unsettled, like a man waiting to hear news from a doctor. After several moments, Beethro finally spoke. Sir, thank you very much for playing your song. You worked very hard on it, and I don't think it is right for me to speak my opinions because I don't fully understand what it is. I'll just say that I've never experienced anything like it, and I hope you'll continue your work. Mobley nodded urgently. Yes, but there's so little time, don't you see? You're going to ask me to do something. I don't know exactly what it is you want, but I certainly can't waste my time on it. The song must come before everything. I am old, and I might not last long enough to finish it. Sure. We're all running out of time for the things we want to do. Believe me, I know what that's like. Even now, I spent precious time talking to you out of self-indulgence, and I fear I will pay for it. Okay, we're both in a hurry to get things done. Maybe you more than me. Let's leave it at that. I can help you with your problem. There's a really obvious thing to do. You are spending 5 or 6 hours every week on clock winding. Clock winding! Let's not be Grubble wise and Greckle foolish. Here is where your life energy is being wasted. So you're going to come down every week and wind my weight? No, not me. I'm too busy. But I'll send a few of my nephews to do it. That's no problem at all, and they're good kids. They won't bug you either. Mobley's expression was doubtful, and he took some time to consider this offer, but Beethro knew Mobley had already come around. A person doesn't want to be fickle about decisions, but internally they are made in an instant. Judgment turns suddenly, and the rest of the mind dawdles behind with worries and justifications. So, what is it that you are trying to do, then? Asked Mobley. There's a door in Dugan's dungeon. It can be opened using an orb on the side I can't reach. There's no way to get over there, so I want to blow up the door with a bomb. Mobley jumped from his stool, gesturing wildly with his arms. There are so many things wrong with what you just said. Firstly, it shows incredible disrespect to those that made the door. You want to destroy what one of my brothers constructed. Architecture is sacred. We do not destroy our own works or lend aid to those who would. Secondly, bombs are illegal. As you know, the materials needed to make them have been classified as magic, along with some very helpful combustibles that would make our silly clockweight system obsolete if put into use. It's rather stupid, but that's the law of the land, and I can't do my work from prison. Thirdly, do you know how much explosive force you would need to blast the door open? Well, of course you don't, because you're here asking for me to do this. There's absolutely no way one person, or even 10, could carry it all the way to the door in one trip. And as stated previously, this is all illegal, so shortly after everyone sees you and your friends trudging up the hill with this gear, you'd be arrested and or killed. Mobley shook his head. Dumb, dumb, very dumb. But what about blasting the walls on either side of the door? Asked Beethro. Surely that would take a much smaller explosion to break through stone instead of metal. Do you think we build these things so any old fool can waltz up and smash them down? It won't work, I tell you. Now, fourthly, if I may continue, there is a much better way to open the door. Why didn't you say that to begin with? You could have just said, firstly, I know how to get past the door, and we wouldn't have to do all this counting. I didn't want to get your hopes up, because it won't work either. And fifthly... Wait, hold up on the fifthlies and sixthlies. What is this better way, and why won't it work? You would need to describe the exact location of the orb on the unreachable side of the door, including its position relative to the level entrance and other orbs in the vicinity. You don't have that kind of information, and other architects certainly won't give it to you, or even me. I got all that. I'm a Smite Master, and it's my business. I drew up maps of Dugans on my last trip beneath. I got my own copy, plus they're all on file at the guild hall. Standard stuff, really. Oh, I didn't know you fellas did anything down there besides chopping up roaches. Well then, bring me the maps. Beethro unshouldered his pack and opened it. He quickly found the scroll he was looking for and gave it to Mobley, who spread the paper flat on the table and studied it. This'll do. There's only one more thing I need. Sure, what? You to leave so I can begin working. Beethro happily left and walked back up into the hills. He had no idea what Mobley had planned, but he had made a deal with a dungeon architect, and that was worth something. Odor to Joy, performed by Alan Ride. Thanks, Alan, and also Ludwig. Alright, I must engage biology. It would probably be a good idea to refill my water, too. Beethro Budkin was not having a good day. He'd burnt his breakfast, the guys at Smite Masters Hall weren't even talking to him, and he'd just taken a look at the financials of his little restaurant. The Roasted Roach Grill. Ugly, ugly figures. It was like someone had scribbled stroke marks everywhere, most of them proclaiming he'd be bankrupt in 6 months. That sort of ugly. He should have been set for life. Beethro had retired from dungeon extermination, his former career, which was the vital service of going underground and clearing vermin out of a customer's basement, dungeon, sewers, or what have you. Of course, there are always roaches, but then the sort of roaches you get in dungeons tend to be as big as a man and have a taste for flesh, so it's not really a walk in the park. And it's not even considering the wraithwings, serpents, spiders, goblins, or giant eyeballs. Not to mention all the traps designed to keep out intruders, to keep in intruders, or to make intruders stop and sigh at the trap's beauty. Probably just before they're caught by another trap. 5 years ago, Beethro had just pulled off one of the longest and most difficult extermination jobs ever. King Dugan's Dungeon, a monstrosity 25 levels deep and growing, in which almost every type of creature ever encountered and killed by Smite Masters, and a couple that had never been seen, had turned up ready to take a chunk out of Beethro. Its lowest point was a monster city called Neitherville, and a man they called the Neither, as fresh faces when he disappeared as a child in the castle dungeons 150 years ago. There's some mysteries a man was never meant to solve. It netted Beethro a fortune, and incidentally an incredible supply of meat, which came in handy for the restaurant. However, a business is a hard thing to run. Small problems become big problems really quickly. It's surprising how quickly one can go through a dungeon's worth of meat. Beethro took up some odd Smite Mastery jobs to get some supplies, but it was like trying to plug a dam with your finger. "Hey, Unca, slow down, I'm tired." And of course there was Half, Beethro's nephew. Half had decided against all good sense that he wanted to be a Smite Master. It was Beethro's task, according to his sister at least, to discourage him from that particular career. But the boy wouldn't listen to stern warnings, reveled in the war stories of the guild members, and cheered when Beethro took him down to clean out his sister's basement. Heck, he even asked if he could keep one of the roaches as a pet. The boy was thick. Beethro had one last plan, and that surely would get some sense through the kid's head. During his now legendary clearing of King Dugan's dungeon, Beethro came upon a door that only opened from the other side. There was no way to open it on the level, so Beethro let it be with great reluctance. In the meantime, he had been corresponding with an architect named Mobley, one of the mysterious fellows who built the underground spaces Beethro used to work in. Mobley had given Beethro a portable orb, a small version of the orbs littered around dungeons, which would open up that mysterious door if Beethro managed to get close enough. So here Beethro was, trudging up the mountain below King Dugan's castle, Half following meekly behind. King Dugan had been making threatening noises, well, more like annoyed grunts, about Beethro having not done his job properly, and how there were still monsters in his dungeons. Beethro thought it was nonsense. Monsters will creep back into dungeons after a few years, and Dugan just didn't understand that. He was too greedy to pay for recurring maintenance and figured he could scare Beethro into free work. Uncharitably, Beethro reckoned it was because the man could only hold two thoughts in his tiny, tiny brain, and they were, "Food is good, I should have more," and, "Oh no, what happened to all my money?" Beethro waltzing in and asking to see his dungeon wouldn't go down well, so a more subtle approach was needed. Beethro found what he was looking for. Architects will often leave alternate entrances to big dungeons, useful for carrying out dirt and getting access to the levels you're working on quickly. Most of the time they cover them up, but sometimes they don't, opting instead to put in a few traps and hide it. If the client has reneged on his payment, or performs a lesser crime such as enslaving his people, there's a secret entrance that can be used to gain access to the dungeon. This particular one, when it was made, was for the bottom of the dungeon, but the dungeon had grown long past that now, for reasons not entirely clear. Beethro beckoned Half and explained the plan. "I'll use Mobley's portable orb to get past that closed door. While we're at it, you can see how glamorous this dungeon extermination work is." Of course, Beethro expected Half to be pleading to return home within 5 minutes. One good look at a hyper-salivating dungeon roach from 3 feet away should do the trick. Half nodded happily, and the two Budkins walked into the gloom. Well, Matthew Cramp was the original writer of this story. We'd like to thank Eric Hermanson for editing and tweaking it to fit the official canon. And that is the story so far. Alright, let's boot up Steam and get this party started for real. I've kept you guys waiting long enough, I think. Oops. Yeah, this is right. Except for this is not right. We're not playing Gunthrow and the Epic Blunder. You're playing Journey to Rooted Hold. This game was released in, I think, 2005? It was the talk of the DROD community for a very long time. People had been waiting for a sequel since probably the very first release, back in 1997. And on April 1st, they finally got it. Let's get this party started. It is always recommended that in addition to the main entrance, each dungeon should have an additional alternate entrance whose existence is kept secret. This can be useful in case of emergencies such as cave-ins or bad faith on behalf of the client. From the Architect's Manual, Dungeon Architects Association. I don't care what it is you're doing. If you want Half to come with you, you need to pick up the laundry on the way back. It's his chore. Vonifa Budkin, Bethro's sister. So, yeah, here we are. Here's Half. Character young Half. There's an orb. So, yeah, here we are in the secret entrance to the 10th level of King Dugan's dungeon. Called first level here for reasons not entirely sure.
Here. I'm scouting ahead to make sure it's safe for you.
Okay, Uncle Bethro.
Half, what did I just say? Just stay here, okay?
Sure, no problem.
Only a master of the obvious shall pass. Yeah, no tutorials here. Just expected to get right into it.
I need to get back to the 10th level exit room. That's to the west, I think.
I can slip through here diagonally. There's a room we haven't solved yet. And there's a cracked wall over here.
Yeah,
Or a secret wall, anyway.
But Bethro spots them all.
Eh? Oh, it's you, Kels. Yay! Ukels' new quest is out. I gotta finish up the gotta finish up to the top before I get started on that, though. Whoop. Secret room! The first of 4 on this level. Whoops. There are 2 April Fool's jokes regarding the release of Journey to Roothold. The year before, there was an announcement that it was released when it wasn't. Then it was announced that it wasn't released when it was. That's funny. Huh. There's 2 ways in. Okay, I want to check out what's over there. That scroll.
Hey, I wondered where this got to. I was worried that the Dungeon Architects Association seal wasn't anywhere in King Dugan's. Not like the architects did not mark their own work. Normally they make it out of walls or trapdoors or something. First time I've seen it laid out like this.
You can see the trapdoor representation of the seal up behind the chat. I'll hide the counter so you can see it better. Pretty accurate, I'd say. Got a spear or maybe an arrowhead, a key, a pickaxe, and an eye looking at what I have to assume is the sun. So yeah, we'll be seeing this emblem quite a bit, I think. So I have heard you, Kels. You just told me. I don't know who else is here to hear you. Messaged, I guess. Oop. So, force arrows. They do the same thing as always. Yeah, Ukels has been working on this Zelda quest since, well, since I first started communicating with him, really. Not sure what your schedule will be. Alright, well, I do have to finish 2 to top anyway. Alright, looking for stuff. I'm not seeing very much stuff. There's the first roach. Alright, let's see what that scroll says before we clear the room for real. That's good. Challenge, reach this point with the roach still alive. Okay. Okay. A cat and roach game. All right, now let's go for the first. Now let's go for first place. 33 turns. Third place tie. Oh geez, Fox. That's something. Best score is 32. Not really sure how to do it any faster than that. I'm probably about halfway through Dread myself. That was pretty good, I think. 87. Just okay. I was gonna say, is Caravel Knight having issues? That was a 6th place tie. Best is 83. I did it in what, 87? YouTube is good for that sort of thing, yes. Alright, we got more roaches here with tunnels.
Alf, why are you over here? Guess you didn't hear me. Hey, how'd he get in front of me? As soon as I catch up with that boy, we're heading back. Can't let him run around a dungeon like this. It's crazy. Alf, why are you over here? Guess you didn't hear me. Hey, how'd he get in front of me? As soon as I catch up with that boy, we're heading back. Can't let him run around the dungeon like this. It's crazy.
Delayed by pure ZC bugs. Great. That's probably about as fast as it could have been, right? 47. First place? Yes, first place! Alright, not seeing any secret walls in this room.
Health.
Hey, Unc.
Stay right there. Health.
Hey, Unc.
Stay right there.
I can zig. Also, I can zag.
Knock it off. We gotta go home.
But I can't zig while I'm zagging. At least not yet.
So, yeah, Half is showing us how you can move across Force Arrows sideways.
Come and get me. Ha ha.
Little punk, I'll come and get you, all right? Health.
Also, I don't need to be here.
Stay right there.
I can zig. Also, I can zag.
Knock it off. We gotta go home.
But I can't zig while I'm zagging. At least not yet.
Alright, 64. Third place.
Hey, Unc. I can zig. Also, I can zag.
Knock it off. We gotta go home.
But I can't zig while I'm zagging. At least not yet. Come and get me. Ha ha.
Little punk, I'll come and get you, all right?
But first, a secret room.
Good. I made it back to the old rooms. Guess there was a cave-in. Kinda looks like somebody knocked the ceiling down on purpose. Who would do that?
Challenge, don't turn your sword after striking the orb. Okay. Bad position. Why didn't the challenge go
Back
off?
to the old rooms. Guess there was a cave-in. Kinda looks like somebody knocked the ceiling down on purpose. Who would do that?
There you go. Don't turn from the task. You died right at the end. Oof.
Good, good. I made it back to the old.
Alright, let's do this fast
It looks
now.
like somebody knocked the ceiling down on purpose. Yeah, we'll do that.
That was pretty fast. How'd I do? 60! Ninth place tie. The best is 53. And oof! Oof, I say! I must engage biology again! Again, I say! Again! Huh. Maybe I should get myself a snack while I'm there or something. Not from the bathroom, obviously. That would be weird. There we go. Nutella! So... Enoth, hi! Sorry I had to pop in while I was AFK. How's it going? Oof. You missed like an hour of me reading through the Beathro the Delver stories. Oh.
Come and get me. Ha ha.
Little punk, I'll come and get you, all right?
Woohoo! I go where I want.
Quit screwing around. It's dangerous down here.
He just managed to magic his way through the green door, I guess.
Woohoo! I go where I want.
Quit screwing around. It's dangerous down here.
Woohoo! I go where I want.
Quit screwing around. It's dangerous down here.
Uh-oh. Okay. Don't go through the tunnel. $80. 20th place tie. That didn't work. Is it because I stood on the tunnel? Yeah. Oh man. Would you play the good old games version of this? I'm playing in the 5.0 engine myself. Oh, do I? Well, he doesn't have anything to say. Alright, fine. Let's restore to the start of the room. Try again.
Woohoo! I go where I want.
Quit screwing around. It's dangerous down here.
Yeah, that didn't work. Well, we got our speed record, so whatever. Let's get up here.
Ship measures up to my personal standards.
So what? Who are you anyhow?
Yay.
Just a guy who really likes to hang out here and watch.
Okay. Well, there's a guy who likes to hang out here and watch.
Let's go, little Bumpy. I knows the way.
just wants to show me something.
Hit that orb and open the door for me.
I'll be right back.
Stop, you can't trust him. My nephew just ran off with a goblin.
At least the goblin wasn't trying to give him candy. Oh, did he now? Just wooden lampshades. It wants to show Halfa's lampshade collection.
Gotta find that old block passage and get past it. Maybe there's another stair going down to where Half is.
Probably best if I entered facing this way. Who needs tunnels? $107. 11th place, really? What's the best? What? Crazy sauce. Is the game broken, or... Or did Nintendo just literally put a Kaizo trap in a cutscene? After killing the final boss in a QuickTime event. A Kaizo trap QuickTime event.
Looks plenty familiar up ahead. Must be getting close.
Let's see, not seeing any cracked walls here.
I remember this room. Used to be a maze. Must have been one big gubbing cave-in.
Let's see, looking for a way through and not seeing it. 28. 5th place. A unique 5th place. Best is 24. So, you've been at your new place a while, Anoth. How do you like it?
This is the place, all right. With that smug little door standing just where I left it. door. This time you're cracking open for me, because I brought my portable orb. Just gotta get close enough so I can use it.
Had to check behind the turn count.
Come on, portable orb. Do your thing. Yeah, let's see what we got on the other side.
72. 7th place tie. And yeah, that was a script. The portable orb is not going to do anything else for us. Let's see, 72, and the best is 67. And already, here we go. What is this piece of madness? Alright, gotta chart our way through here. And don't forget, tunnels can screen wrap too. This looks right. It'd be even more right if I entered facing this way. $33. 8th place? Really? Huh, there's a faster way there. Wonder what it would be. Well, one more. Oh, this works. V for victory! Challenge is do not use the trapdoors. 84 moves. 11th place. Not bad for Horde Room. Alright, that's all the secrets on the first level. pass here. Piece of cake. $198. Exit level, 12th place tie. Best is 188.
Gonna be mad if this dead ends on me. This level is connected to deeper dungeons. I knew it. Wait till I tell the guys back at Smite Master's Hall.
Alright, there's our first level cleared. When signing a contract, every Smite Master must remember the two main tenets of the Smite Master's Oath. One, that all vermin must be cleared from the dungeon, no matter at what personal risk or discomfort. And two, that the price charged for this service shall be in strict accordance with the pricing scale as decreed by the Guildmasters. Training brochure. What does this training brochure what is this pricing scheme say? Well, if I pull up Firefox again, let's see. How much do I pay Smite Master? Although the dungeon exterminators are independent and often very shrewd businessmen, they are all still regulated by Smite Master's Guild, which controls many aspects of how they perform their trade. One of these controls is on how much Smite Masters charge for their dungeon exterminating contracts. The guild pressures its members to price themselves according to a scale that is based on the number of years spent working in the trade, where an exterminator cannot charge less than the minimum fee for his age band, but he can charge more if he wants to. It basically acts as a price-fixing scheme to avoid too much competition that would bring fees down in times of low demand, although its other purpose is to ensure the survival of the Smite Masters Guild since all its members pay a commission fee to it, which is equal to around 5% of the overall contract. Better than 90% of it! Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. Basic scale looks like this. 1 to 4 years, 625 Greckles a week, about 90 a day. 5 to 9 years, 800 Greckles a week, about 115 Greckles a day. 10 to 29 years, 1,250 Greckles a week, about 180 Greckles a day. 30 to 49 years, 1,000 Greckles a week, about 145 Greckles a day. Those above 50 years of age can charge whatever they like. If anyone is lucky enough to live this long and still be actively exterminating dungeons, they're not likely to be in such demand since their age may make them more likely to be killed for various reasons. Assuming you can start becoming a Smite Master at 13, yeah, you'd be 63 or over. And, you'd probably just be able to get away with retiring, maybe. There are also other implicit but well-understood charges that Smite Masters often make in addition to their basic fee. When deciding how many weeks to charge for, many use the general rule that 3 levels require 1 week to clear out, that is, just over 2 days per level, to work out the basic contract fee, even though this is often an overestimate. For very large dungeons, some Smite Masters may also add a sort of insurance fee of 3 extra days cost for every 5 levels, just in case they sustain an injury or get lost and take longer to clear a dungeon than normal. A Smite Master cannot be helped underground, so he needs to be very careful, and every lost day reduces his possible future income. Occasionally, if the client is wealthy and deals in food or other essential tools such as torches, a Smite Master may be able to save money by purchasing them directly from him for reduced price as part of the deal. Some very experienced exterminators may also add a charge for their experience. The prices can vary depending on the arrogance of the exterminator, but is generally accepted that every 500 levels of dungeons cleared over a career increases your worth by about 50 Greckles per week. Contracts are almost always based on his pay scale and associated extra charges, since without justification, it's very difficult to convince anyone to pay more than the guild-marketed price unless the client happens to be rather desperate. Famous exterminators with great skill and lots of experience, or maybe even just good self-marketing, such as Beathro Budkin, Bombus Gathan, or Kribbles Prutkin, are the exception and can often get more for their services. A busy and reasonably experienced Smite Master may be able to get a 2 to 3 level job once or twice a week, and if he is lucky, a larger contract of more than 5 levels once every 4 weeks or so. In the larger towns and cities, a typical annual income for a Smite Master is therefore around 60,000 to 65,000 Greckles. As blue-collar trades go, it is a somewhat lucrative choice of work, although, of course, life expectancy is not very high. One Greckle is worth about $1. Whether that's $1997, $2003, or what is, I don't know. Probably not exactly decided. But yeah, pretty well-paying job for a blue-collar work. Nintendo actually put a Kaizo Trap QuickTime event in the final boss fight. Wow.
Why's everybody gotta leave piles of skulls lying around? It's depressing.
Still funny, though. The Kaizo Trap, not the skulls. Skulls are just weird. Alright, there's going to be one secret room on this second level. Actually, you know it's faster than that? It's back swiping time! That was simple enough. 168. 6th place tie, not bad. Best is 163, and I do not... Ooh. I do not see secret walls here. Well, no, that doesn't look like a secret wall. That's just a broken wall. They're a bit lighter from the side than from the front. Huh. Is Samus wearing her casual clothes? Break all crumbly walls except one before striking the orb. Aw, that's a shame. I wanted to see what she looked like with the Metroid stuff. That might have been a bad move. Yeah, shoot. What? Yep, bad move. Huh. I hear reference packs quite the punch. Let's see, I wonder. Ooh, as we say. I wonder... No. No, that doesn't work. I wonder... Not quite. Shoot. Yes, there we go. Clearing the arena. Yeah, not surprising there. Let's see here.
A roach queen. If I'm not quick, I'll have a bunch of roaches to deal with as well. Maybe it's time to see if this watch I got will earn its keep.
So, yeah, the threat clock.
A roach queen. If I'm not quick.
New feature for the 2.0 engine.
Maybe it's time to see if this watch I got will earn its keep.
Don't see any secret walls here either. Oops. $146. Ninth place tie. Best is 139. $156. Seventh place. That was pretty good. Wouldn't say it was super, but it was pretty good. Alright, don't see any secret walls here. 132. Another 9th place tie. Gotta wait for it now. And the best is, well, mine is 71, 3rd place tie. Let's see, we can go that way. We can also go this way. Yeah, and this is a dead end, okay. Piece of cake. $85. 10th place tie, really. 77 is the best, huh?
Health, you're alive.
Hey, Unc.
You're standing right next to a roach queen. You want to get all chewed up?
She won't hurt me, Uncle Beethro.
Back away from the roaches slowly. I'm coming over there fast as I can.
Just watch. The roaches don't come after me. It's because they know I won't hurt them.
Gotta open that orb. So, yeah, Health is immune to monster bites. Just for a show of proof. Oh, it's a character Health. Okay!
You're right, the roaches seem to leave you alone. Makes no sense at all.
Well, just take my word for it. Even if it's the real Health. Monsters just leave him alone. Well, most monsters. '24th place tie. 39? Really? Oh, you know what? I know why. It's because you can enter from the north side.
But since you're down here, you're gonna help me.
I want to help.
So if I knock on a door, that means you go open it for me.
No problem. Going.
Boink. So yeah, Health is keenly aware which orbs control which doors.
Are you coming?
Just bump into a door. Just bump into a door and he will pathfind to the nearest orb.
Another thing, I've got lots of different strategies. You couldn't understand them. You'll just have to trust me. Sometimes you gotta be in a certain spot for my strategy to work. When I tap you on the shoulder, you follow me. And then another tap means stay put. Got it?
What was the middle thing you said?
I don't know, what was the middle thing he said? Also, Health, if Health is scheduled to enter a room from the side,
Another thing, I've got lots of different
he'll
strategies.
appear 5
You couldn't
turns.
understand them. You'll just... Another thing, I've got lots of different strategies.
It'll appear every multiple of 5.
Another thing, I've got lots of different strategies. You couldn't understand them. You'll just have to trust me. Sometimes you gotta be... Another thing, I've got lots of different strategies. You couldn't understand them. You'll just have to trust me. Sometimes you gotta be in a certain spot for my strategy to work. When I tap you on the shoulder, you follow me. And then another tap means stay put. Got it?
What was the middle thing you said?
Another thing, I've got lots of different strategies. You couldn't understand them. You'll just have to trust me. Sometimes you gotta be in a certain spot for my strategy to work. When I tap you on the shoulder, you follow me. And then another tap means stay put. Got it?
What was the middle thing you said?
So, yeah, Hal tries to pathfind back to where he was after he opens a door, but if his way is blocked, he will just stay put and not attempt to move again. Let's see, what opens this door? That orb? Okay. Yeah, we actually need to bring Half with us. Don't hit him with your sword, though. Teamwork! 166 turns. And the best is 108. And I managed to... Wait, there was a challenge? There was a challenge. Oops. Enter from the south and don't open this door, either yourself or Half. Okay. Also, on the restore screen, I found that secret wall over there. I don't know, maybe it's the guys who were going, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
You couldn't understand. Another thing, I've got lots of different strategies. You couldn't understand them. You'll just have to trust me. Sometimes you gotta be in a certain spot for my strategy to work. When I tap you on the shoulder, you follow me. And then another tap means stay put. Got it?
What was the middle?
Another thing. Another thing, I've got lots of different strategies. You couldn't understand them. You'll just have to trust me. Sometimes you gotta be in a certain spot for my strategy to work. When I tap you on the shoulder, you follow me. And then another tap means stay put. Got it?
What was the middle thing you said?
Let's enter from over here. Secret room. Alright, 154 is pretty good. 29th place. Best is 120.
What's going on? What did I miss?
Come on.
Okay. No problem. Yeah, sure.
Oh, whoops.
Wait here.
No problem.
Wait here.
No problem. Going.
Okay, that one was 116 moves. Was that better? 10th place tie. I guess it was better. Oh yeah, I saved like 50 moves on that. Nice. Oh wait! The challenge said enter from the south. Oops. I am a fool!
Yeah, sure. I'm back.
Come on.
Okay.
Stay put.
Yeah, sure.
Come on.
Okay.
Wait here.
No problem. Going.
Another useless orb. Alright, 125.
I'm back.
Challenge, don't strike the eastern orb.
Hey, going.
Dungeon economics. Dungeonomics. I don't know. 102. 16th place, not bad. Best is 88. Ah, yes. This scroll.
What's going on?
Uh-oh. I have to have Halth open all of the doors, I think. And not break any crumbly walls, and don't kill any queens until all the doors are open. Uh-oh. What? Why not? Oh, that's why. I made a mistake.
Hey, got it. Now I can't get there. Hey, I'm blocked.
Alright, let's just hang out for a bit then.
Hey, I'm blocked.
Can't actually traverse closed doors, huh?
I can't. Going. Hey, I'm blocked. Now I can't get there. No, got it. Now I can't get there. Got it.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Alright, where's Half? He is stuck. Okay.
Not possible.
Oh, I see why it's not possible.
Hey, I'm locked. Now I can't get there. Not possible. Got it. Now I can't get there. Going. Hey, I'm locked.
Yeah, he can't walk on top of monsters either. Let's see. Actually, it's probably just going to be easier at this rate to check the scroll myself instead of assume what the conditions are. Uh-oh. Yeah.
What's going on? Going.
Alright, yeah. Real quick, gonna check what the scroll says. And then we're gonna do the challenge for real. Alf, you are in a really bad spot right now.
Can I get back if I go this way?
Nope! Don't move Half until the western door is open. Don't break any crumbly walls, and don't kill any queens until all doors are open. Okay.
Hey,
I feel like that... Oops. Queen will be a bit easier to manage over there. Uh-oh. Oop. Uh-oh. This could be a problem. Oh, wait. No floater. Ooh. Might have made a mistake or two. Let's see. I don't actually think it's a good idea to cluster this particular group of queens, if I can help it. Don't know whether this will turn out more manageable or less, but guess we'll find out. Oof, yeah. That didn't work too well. This isn't working very well. Wait a second, don't move Halth until the western door is open. Okay, so I can move him now. If I can get up to him. Don't think I can reach him. I'm not sure this is working.
What's going on?
Ah, wait, it's not like I can do anything about that one. Actually, that puts me in a really bad spot if I try that. Here, you get way up there. Shoot. There we go, that's what I want. Get you guys all the way up there, so you will not bother me. I'll get one of you all the way up there so you won't bother me. Will this actually help? I'm not sure. Still got a lot of guys up there. The big issue is this one. Let's see here. Hang on a second. There's another queen I can move if I'm fast enough. Well, maybe not. No, there's no way I can get that queen out of there. Oops. Okay, yeah, you get all the way up there. How does that sound? Well, not too much better. No, that's just as bad. Shoot, what am I doing wrong? These two are stuck. There's no getting to them. These two can't leave the bottom wall, and I can't get them out of their alcoves without breaking a cracked wall. There we go. Well, one of them got stuck at least. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything about that one getting stuck there. Wait a second. Guess who was a doofus and forgot to hit the orb? No, that doesn't do anything. I don't think I'm any better off than I was before. Okay, well that cleaned up a bit. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, that's something. Success, probably. All right. Of course, I still managed to die. And oh no! Okay, yeah. I still need to kill those roaches up there in order to clear the room, but I can start dealing with other guys now. Wait, what happened? Seriously, where? How did those roaches get in there? I guess I made a mistake when I was doing that. There we go. That's better. Oh no! Okay. Okay, check it out. I got 2 of them stuck up there. Oops. Excellent. Ooh. Ooh. Perfect.
Going.
Unnecessary complications. Okay, got the challenge. Now let's do this the fast way. Alright, 418 isn't bad, I think. 48th place, it was bad. Best is 305. He's back! Alright, what's up here? Plot.
The negotiator will see you now. The negotiator will see you now.
Beethrow Budkin, come over to my desk. Let's talk.
So why are you camped out down here?
It's a temporary office built
There's a
especially
conquer
for this
token back
situation.
there.
What situation?
There are some places for Budkins to be, and this isn't one of them. You've delved too deep. We want you to go home.
When I figure out what's going on, maybe I will. What kind of operation you running? I want answers.
Mr. Budkin.
Smells like a
Here
conspiracy.
beneath, the Empire concerns itself with a grand variety of important tasks. You have no hope whatsoever of understanding the simplest of these.
You're afraid I'll find out what you're up to and stop it.
For sure, your continued muckery will uncover fascinating events and phenomena, but how will you make sense of it? What we do down here is very complex, you see.
What? You think you can just confuse me?
I'm not trying to, but it's inevitable. What do you want to know anyway? Anything you want, I'll tell you.
Fine. Why is this dungeon growing in size past its original plans? There was only supposed to be 9 levels. Later there were 15, 25, and now who knows how many?
You realize that you aren't in King Dugan's dungeon anymore, don't you?
Where am I then?
No location of importance, but well beneath and beyond Dugan's territory. You've trespassed into the Empire's space unannounced.
So there's a bunch of you kooks down here? What's this empire you're talking about?
The rooted empire whose ends are knowledge, whose means are the perfect machinery of empiric will.
What does the empire want?
I just told you, knowledge. Knowledge of everything that is and isn't. Knowledge of everything that will, might, or ought to have been.
What's that got to do with carving up these new tunnels and chambers?
It all began in the 17th
It's for
century
research.
negotiations between patrons for the forthcoming way of things and the primary archivists.
Patrons for the
archivist
forthcoming
stands
way of
being,
things.
course, that permanent knowledge is impossible without a fully contained environment. The patron's famous rebuttal: knowledge is lost as the environment is brought within control.
That makes no sense. I'm asking about the dungeon. Who's building onto it? Why?
I'm trying
Someone
to
isn't paying
It's not
attention.
really a dungeon, by the way. We call them holds.
Quit hot-heading me with your shim-sham and speak some straight answers.
You want to understand the purpose of construction in this area, yes?
No, I just want to know why you people are building down here.
I am taking legendary pains to explain it to you. But I must
She
be more
is.
pessimistic than I was before we began.
You act like we're gonna sit here for 5 weeks talking about it.
5 weeks? It will take much longer than that. I was just beginning to summarize points we could eventually sub-summarize, and after that, properly elaborate on all relevant topics we've outlined. I've got some.
I don't think it'll take 5 weeks.
To look at.
Flaming Fagundo, this is some kind of snow job. I'm not falling for it.
So you want the truth, but you're too impatient to hear it?
Look, I gotta go. You can stay here and blab about whatever you want.
Mr. Budkin, you needn't speak with me any longer, but I sincerely recommend returning the way you came.
Unlikely.
I didn't think so. This is becoming very sad.
Yeah, it's real sad for you and whatever scam you got cooking down here, but I'll be fine.
I don't think you will. If you leave this chamber now, I promise you a Slayer will be dispatched.
A Slayer, eh?
Indifferent? But you've never met a Slayer before. When you meet
So what, you want us to stay?
Okay, I'm really going now. Talk to you later. If I feel like listening to boring threats again.
That was uncalled for. If you looked after my well-being, I'd at least be appreciative.
So yeah, let's try and disassemble that a little bit. Let's double click Bthrow to read. Alright, so yeah. The ends are knowledge, the patrons for the forthcoming way of things, implying that the Empire is preparing for something, and the primary archivists. The archivists argue that permanent knowledge is impossible without a fully contained environment. In other words, there's too many uncontrolled variables out there. The patrons say that knowledge is lost as the environment is brought within control. In other words, if you try to contain the noise, you could lose some of the signal. The dungeons or holds are being built for an as yet unknown purpose, possibly scientific research. And then Bthrow got impatient and decided he'd heard enough.
Goodbye.
So yeah.
I wish things had turned out differently. Now it's up to the Slayer. Goodbye.
$53. Is that room scoreable? No. So, yeah, that token she stepped on. This token. This is a Conquer token. Are they first appearing here? They might be first appearing here. If the Conquer token in a room has not been stepped on, then even if it is cleared of enemies, the room itself does not mark itself as clear. You need to kill all the enemies and then step on the Conquer token. In either order. So, now we need to find our way to a blue door.
What did I miss?
They were introduced in 3.0. Okay, so in 2.0, the room being cleared was just scripted or something? I mean, I guess I could find out by watching Alex's video again. He did the 2.0 version of this hold. Alright. It took quite a while, thanks to that one challenge, but second floor is clear. It can often be a surprise when one first discovers that no matter how skillful one is or adept at one's craft, it is almost certain that somewhere there are others who are of equal or even exceeding skill. Whether this competition is welcomed or whether it shall lead to antagonism, it is almost always educational. Professor Tampuk Lobless, Dean of Education at Melonfrawl University. No secrets here. Let's just go.
Back.
Alright, so, these doors. This is the only one that opens that. This is the only one that opens this. And this is the only one that opens either of these.
Going.
Simple enough.
Here I am again.
And now, more of the same. I'm not really sure what I was trying to accomplish by doing that. Ah, the door's already open and that happens. Okay.
Said I would.
Sorry, Alf. Ah, hold up a second.
What did I miss?
I think I want to get up there somehow. Could be a seat. Actually, wait, no, there are no secret rooms here. Never mind. I should just go for it. Okay, what opens this? That. Okay.
Oh, hey, there you are. Going.
Okay, let's have Half stay put and...
Going.
Okay.
Not possible.
Not possible to get up there.
I can't. Going.
Let's see, what opens this? That. Okay.
Going.
Hey, how'd you get over there?
I don't know. I was just exploring.
Well, explore over here with me.
I can't. There's an arrow blocking me.
Dummy, why'd you walk over it?
I don't know.
Just stay there. Maybe I can... Help! Stay put.
I'm gonna see what's in the next room.
No, stupid. Just wait
Oh.
here.
Come back, kid! 95. First place tie! That was unexpected. I can get rid of this now, I think. I think I can get rid of this. Alright, get one of that. Engage biology. Fill my water. And be right back. I'm back. Let's continue. For a second, I thought that was a vision token up there. It's a Roach Queen. They're both Roach Queens. I am just a fool. Alright, let's see what the deal is here. He's got 2 orbs. One to open that door, and the other to close that one. Okay. It keeps that one from getting stuck. And now... Oop. Wait a second. Oh, really? Oops. Uh-oh. I have made a critical error, and now I have not. Excellent. 133. 4th place tie. Best is 131. Probably by having the sword pointing a different way. Oh well. 33.
Here comes our silly Delver.
Oh no, it's a clown!
To strike the
With a hook! He's gonna pull me off the stage!
Stupid.
Just watch. Just watch.
Challenge. Kill the Slayer in any room except for level 7, 1 east, and level 22, 3 north, 2 west, which have their own challenges. And level 25, 2 west, where killing the Slayer is the normal solution. Hi! Bye! There should have been a script for that.
He's going to see. I know my Delvers.
Indeed you do. How funny.
Yeah, whatever. Just let me through.
It's fun to watch him, but we should get on with my presentation.
Certainly.
Students of the Slayerly arts, O privileged pupils, pay close attention, for today I will demonstrate the techniques of removing Delvers. Students of the Slayerly arts, O privileged pupils,
Shush.
pay close attention, for today I will demonstrate the techniques of removing Delvers. Unfortunately, we have just one Delver with us today, so our lesson will be painfully short, but more painful for him than us, of course.
Open the gripping door.
Yes, yes, yes. Students, please watch now and take notes later. You will miss important points if you're busy writing.
Okay, so 39th Slayer, that is his name. He will throw this wisp at us. If he is far from us, the wisp will control his path. Oops. If he is near us, he will engage his own sword fighting AI.
Students
He
of
doesn't
the
seem to want to
Slayerly
step...
arts,
Oops.
O privileged pupils, pay close. Students of the
Shush.
Unfortunately, we have just one Delver with us today, so our lesson will be painfully short, but more painful for him than us, of course.
Open the grabbing door.
Yes, yes, yes. Students, please watch now and take notes later. You will miss important points if you're busy writing.
Yes, but are you inevitable?
How could it take so long?
Come on, get on the force arrow. Yes. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't seem like I can actually come at him from the right angle and kill him in this room. We'll have to think of some other way. There is actually a trick for... Alright, let's reset here.
Students of the Slayerly Arts.
Oops!
Oh,
Didn't mean to reset that
privileged
far.
pupils. Students of the Slayerly Arts. Oh, privileged pupils. Pay close attention, for today I will demonstrate the techniques of removing Delvers. Unfortunately, so our lesson will be painfully short, but more painful for him than us, of course.
Open the grabbing door.
Yes, yes. Slaying time. This is outstanding. Pursuit will be necessary.
126. 17th place. Best is 110.
Bethro, wherever you go, my wisp will find you.
Stop talking over yourself.
Come back out into the auditorium. I want the students to see us.
Listen, I got my own plans. They don't need to involve you bleeding all over the floor. But if that's what you want, that's what you'll get.
Ah, do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? I am 39th Slayer. You've met your unmaker. I shall remove you from the beneath, and I'll do it with flair. You will be applauding my impeccable maneuvers, the likes of which you've never seen.
You talk too much.
Okay. Okay, enter the room facing west.
Bethro,
I can do
wherever
that.
you go, my wisp will find you. Come back out into the auditorium. I want the students to see us.
Listen, I got my own plans. They don't need to involve you bleeding all over the floor. But if that's what you want, that's what you'll get.
Ah, do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? I am 39th Slayer. You've met your unmaker. I shall remove you from the...
Shush! I can't see the roaches. And get out of the way. Alright, gotta... Yeah. No, you get over here. Is he stuck against the roaches? Wow, what an idiot. Okay, I guess I can actually just do this. Okay, now how do I get out? That orb. Okay. I didn't see there was an orb there.
Good. You're returning to the auditorium.
Alright, 337. Exit level. We're not done yet. 39th Slayer will appear on the side, just like Half will. Trying to see if there's a good spot for me to kill him here. Doesn't look like it, though.
Good students. A delver can always be found by the tendrils of the wisp. With patience, it will always reach him, and your route will be clear.
I really, really want to kill him in front of his students just to see what happens, but I don't think the room layout allows it.
Wisp's touch.
Just wait for him to get out of the way.
Now he has sealed himself in, but eventually he will again expose himself to the wisp.
Not there. Well, I guess it doesn't particularly matter.
He comes out of the little chamber. He comes out of the little chamber. It will not be long before he is removed.
262. 40th place.
Good students. A delver can always be found by the tendrils of the wind. Good students. A delver can
Inside the
always be
west.
found by the
Oh, you're right!
With patience.
Yeah!
Reach him, and your route
Alright, get a load of
See
this.
how it is impossible for our delver to escape the wisp's touch. Now he has sealed himself in, but eventually he will again expose himself to the wisp.
Alright, get in here.
comes out of the little chamber, it will not be long.
Oh no! Stop talking, 39 Slayer, you're dead! There we go. So yeah, you just have to back him into a corner with this shape. Doesn't have to be an orb here, just anything the Slayer can't walk through. You get both of you facing diagonally against the wall, then you back him into the corner, and then you can kill him. I actually use that trick as...
in the west end of the auditorium.
Shush. I actually used that trick in my one of my rooms in the Arky's Revenge compilation. Also, what the heck? How did this happen? Everything is all tangled up. There we go. It's a bit better. Let's see. Not seeing
Always
any.
trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and follow the wisp. I know it will not fail me. Always trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and follow the wisp. I know it will not fail me. This maneuver I've seen before. Gah! My mistake was made. Intentionally, for, illustrative purposes.
Stab the roach.
Always trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and follow the wisp. I know it will not fail me. Same time I am on the sand. Always trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and follow the wisp. I know it will not fail me. This maneuver I've seen before. Cut me if you can. I am slaying time. I will give you long.
Where do you think you're going?
Always trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and follow the wisp. I know it will not fail me. Slaying time. Always trust the wisp. Always trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and follow the wisp. I know it will not fail me. Always trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and follow the wisp. I know it will not fail me. Prepare for removal. Always trust the wisp. Its path is perfect and should not be questioned. I lay my judgments aside and...
Shush. And now the Slayer has gotten himself stuck. Two wrongs make a right.
Made intentionally for illustrative purposes.
174. My previous best is 155, the best is 106. Click. So, yeah, he is going to open the door to let me out so he can kill me. Just as planned. Hang on. Oh, oops. What are you doing? This is how I'm gonna have to lure this. $301. 78th place. Best is 182. Alright. I'm probably supposed to do this without getting the Slayer stuck here. Oops! I short-circuited. Gotcha. Free and equal.
I'm sure someone will come along soon and let me out.
Yeah. Oops. Bye. Let's see, 235. 22nd place, okay. This is 212. Thanks, Slayer. Oops. But no, I embarrassed myself in front of the Slayer. 129. What's the best? Huh. Okay. 72 is the best.
A bad way to go, Delver. That door doesn't open from this side. This really makes me look bad.
Alf, hurry up.
Hey, don't... Hey, don't leave. Wait.
116. The best is 61. Wow. Oh wait, duh. Okay, 68. 9th place.
A bad way to go, Delver. That door doesn't open from this side. This really makes me look bad.
Alf, hurry up.
Hey, don't leave. Wait.
Alright. What time is it? 10:30? Trapdoor, for all its simplicity, is an extremely useful device for any dungeon architect, and properly used, it shall lead to fame and wealth. Not only does it allow the architect to create masterly traps, it also enables him to receive an ongoing maintenance stipend to ensure to drop trapdoors are replaced regularly. From a keynote speech given at a Dungeon Architects Association dinner.
Don't think you've gotten away.
Well, we've gotten away for now, and I've been going for 4 hours. Fewer levels than usual, but hey, we did 3 levels in 1 week. That's that's all Beether's getting paid to do. So yeah, gonna pick this up later. You know, less reading, more. Well, there is a bit more that we could read. I just need to pull it up in... well, Firefox, I guess. Or Chrome, rather. No, that's the wiki. I don't want to be there. That doesn't help at all. Alright, yeah, I just need to find what I'm looking for here. Alright. Okay, shush. As per requested, here is all the archived information relating to the late 39th Slayer, originally 42nd Slayer. Many of these events you experienced firsthand, but I shall follow your instructions to the letter and tell you all we could find. As you most certainly remember, 42nd Slayer was one of the original 50 Slayers that you ordered created. The very first thing he saw as he was lifted out of the vats was you holding the hook that became his only important possession. Most certainly, you also remember how 17th and 34th Slayer both had minor imperfections in their behavior. It went unnoticed until they both fell off the bridge on the way from the vats into the newly built Slaymaster's Hall. This resulted in his quick promotion to 40th Slayer. Needless to say, the two engineers who were charged with monitoring those two vats were promptly demoted to 1347th and 1348th Paper Pusher. They have not done anything of note since. During the next few months, per your orders, rigorous tests were performed on the Slayers to test them for further logical flaws. They proceeded without hitch until the unfortunate 2 South 1 Down incident. As you may recall, 12th Logician noticed a potential life-threatening error in the Slayer algorithm. Maybe it's just 2S1D incident, I don't know. A potential life-threatening error in the Slayer algorithm and contacted First Slayer's supervisor with the news. They organized a test with your approval to see if this loophole was as large as 12th Logician accounted. The 26th and then 40th Slayer were chosen randomly to participate in the test. They were informed of the potential for loss of being, but for some unexplained reason they both readily agreed. The Logicians and the Builders conferred with one another, and a room was made that forced the Slayers to utilize the behavior pattern in question. A member of the Poppy Brigade was enlisted to play the part of a simple one, with the promise of an extra rest period the following full cycle. The Slayers were brought into the room without being told any information about the room previously, and were left to their own devices. Their brains almost instantly processed the image, which was a Delver at the end of the hallway. They sent out their wisps, as per behavior, and headed toward him, taking care not to stab each other as protocol dictated. The Poppy, faced with the nightmarish image of two of the Empire's fiercest killers bearing down on him, panicked and struck the orb 2 turns before instructed. This was irrelevant in the experiment since the desired outcome resulted anyhow, but it did result in the loss of his promised rest cycle, and the loss of half his rest cycles from then on out. The orb was schematically linked to a yellow door that blocked off access for the two Slayers to get at the Delver, so the Slayers both set off to the nearby orb as they could see toggle the door again. As both headed toward the orb, and before either one realized it, the new 39th Slayer had become the first and only Slayer to kill one of his own kind. It turned out that 12th Logician's suspicions were correct. When the head-to-orb subroutine was being used, it was somehow bypassing the Protect Oneself command. While heading toward the orb, 39th Slayer struck an explosive sphere that normally he never would have struck. 39th survived the blast due to a force arrow placed in the right place, but due to the nature of the experiment, 26th did not. The analyzers immediately shut down the experiment and calmed the now exultant Slayer. The operation was a success, but the flaw was deemed so trivial that the Slayer supervisors felt it was unnecessary to fix with the next batch of Slayers. It was then decided that Slayers would never be sent on joint missions except when strictly necessary to prevent unseemly deaths. Months later, a team consisting of 53rd through 59th behaviorists determined the reasoning behind a perverse attraction that both 26th and 40th Slayers showed when participating in the experiment. Being designed specifically for the archaic purpose of warfare, the Slayers had established their own barbaric mini-society based on slaymanship. The more complex creatures a Slayer slew, the more he was respected by his peers. Being designed as egoistical as possible, the most complex monster was unanimously deemed a Slayer. The Slayer who achieved a lofty goal of killing one of his own would gain unrivaled respect by his peers, a worthless acquisition, but one most fought for by the Slayers. Needless to say, this was deemed impossible before the 2S1D incident due to the protect oneself command. So, after the 2S1D incident, the 39th Slayer became almost even more respected than the first Slayer himself. In fact, even First Slayer was so impressed that he conveyed a question to the asking chamber for him as a favor. A feat that was never repeated by anyone. The question he asked was thus: how does one go about becoming immortal? The answer conveyed back by First Slayer was, try again later. Many think this is a cryptic message, and several of our best logicians, analyzers, and conspiracy theorists have holed themselves up with this question for years, and it is now required reading material for most constructive thought-related courses for citizens. Recently, after the Slayer Overseers were phased out due to lack of need for them, it was determined that the position of Slayer should be a trainable job for ordinary citizens. The teachers would be Vatborn Slayers, and the citizens who passed the tests would be given small tasks too insignificant to waste on one of the 100 or so Vatborns. None of the Slayers volunteered for the job, so it was put on a rotational order. Every session was given by a different Slayer until they all had a turn, and then it would repeat. After a while of this, an awkward situation came up. 39th Slayer was called to exterminate 2 simple ones who were nosing around too deep, but he was also on teaching duty. So after some deliberation, it was determined that he would take his students along with him to witness slaying firsthand. The operation was a complete failure. Both above-grounders escaped deeper into the beneath, and most of it happened away from the students' viewpoints. The teaching continued with 40th Slayer as 39th continued to track down the Delver and the younger simple one. And that's everything that we've seen so far. So, yeah. It's Danforth Strout, the world's greatest salesman. You've made it now, my friend. You and I will always look back fondly on the day when you bought this game. That's pretty good, Fox. You and I will always look back fondly on the day when you bought this game. For you, it marked the beginning of unlimited personal growth and enrichment. For me, it was the last sale I needed to make my quota for the month. Let the good times roll. Caravel is always looking for new DROD players. If you'd like to help us out, tell your friends about the game and give them a link to our site. But please don't pass around copies of this version of DROD that you paid for. Seriously, we regard that as theft. Your copy of DROD Journey to the Rooted Hole is meant just for you. Let's get together for lunch sometime soon. Have you heard about investment opportunities in Paraguayan timeshares? There's a fantastic market with DROD players out there. They don't mind the giant cockroaches so much. Welcome to the sweet life. So, yeah. I've been streaming for 4 hours. It's time to call it a night. I will be back... I'll be back Thursday night, probably with some Four Swords Adventures. I hope to see you all then. Oh, and Fox is doing more Metroid Dread tomorrow night. If you like Metroid, go check him out. He's a cool dude. His Discord is right up there. Thank you all for watching, and good night.